ball card checks periodically through the first baker block throughout the house. Two minutes of practice remaining, bowlers, 2 minutes. All right, bowlers, if you'll hold up on all practice shots, please hold up at this time. No more deliveries. Please hold up on all practice. Last call for surface changes before competition starts. Coaches, if you do not have a Baker form, I have extra copies up here. You'll turn that in at the completion of your last Baker block with your Baker score sheet. Again, a reminder, at the completion of each block, please return your score sheet up to Corey so she can get your scores. You'll take that score sheet back and keep it with you through the duration of the Baker blocks this morning. 5 4-game Baker blocks to start the Sunday morning here in Mid-States. Fans and spectators, let's give these athletes a big round of applause as we start our Baker portion of Mid-States. Coaches, if you have not moved yet, just a reminder, it is 2-2 for Bakers. I think I told one coach improperly. It is two games been moved for 2 games. It's not individual 1-1.
Good morning, folks. Aaron Smith is joining us over at West Music every Sunday.
Hello, JT. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Pretty well. Got some low scores over here at North Rock.
Low scores. All right. That's always makes for a challenging day out of the gates. So teams obviously learning a little bit from what they saw yesterday and making some adjustments and potentially working their way through to find the right mix. We are just starting game 2 of Baker Set 1 over here at West Acres Bowl. Trying to get everything ready and good to go. We are didn't get to watch too much of game number 1, but it is available for the good folks on Bowl TV, and a lot of great teams and schools available to watch as well. Here on the women's side, we got Lindenwood, Wichita State, Columbia College, and Mount Mercy available on our 23 through 26 station, and taking a look at the other station available 27 through 30. You'll find Culver Stockton, Avila, Ottawa, and Newman University. So that's the mix we have starting today. All tournament teams recognized this morning. Standings available in the chat. So we're ready for a nice long day of bowling.
Yes, we are. And 800 is a huge score here this morning on the men's side.
It's pretty weird how the tides can turn for that after I consider yesterday, for a few of the teams near the top of the standings, you saw a handful of teams plus after game number 1, and you'd expect that to continue today. So that's it's a little interesting, but obviously it's a little bit different dynamic to get those big scores in Baker. Everybody really needs to click. You can't rely on one or two players to really carry the team. So that full team effort necessary for a big run.
That's kind of what we saw with Hastings in front of us. They finished with 214, so a nice end to their block, but we saw them able to string some strikes in the middle of the game, but then they would leave a couple of opens toward the end and shoot 170, 180. Just not able to string together a lot of filled frames, really. But they were one of the teams that was able to strike a little bit, which kind of kept them in it. Lindenwood really struggled their opening two. They shot 313, but going to finish up here with a game in the two teens, it looks like. They came on strong last night. Shot 1188 their last game. Oklahoma Christian got off to a good start. They had 403 for their first two, but struggle in this game. Best they can shoot is 156 here in game 4.
And I think it comes with an understanding that as a team, when you've done or you competed in enough events and bowled enough Baker games over time, that those are going to happen. Those games pop up. That is a nature of the beast in Baker competition. It's even the teams having the craziest great days still find a way to pop a couple 150s, 160s throughout the course of a block. So it's really something you can't dwell on too. You know, Oklahoma Christian in a great position to make a run. At this bracket later today in the top 8. And, it'll be all right, this was not our best. Shake it off. Roll two solid games to kick things off. Let's get back to that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Going into today, 8th place was minus 123. Oklahoma Christian had a 300-pin lead on that. Just under 300 pins. So definitely in good shape to hang on to one of those 8 spots in the match play finals coming up at 12:15 local time for the men. And that's going to do it for our first set of 4, Aaron Smith. What do you say we bounce over to your place?
Sounds good. Let's head to 23 through 26, JT, if you can. We got, as you mentioned, we got Wichita State and Mount Mercy, so 2 of the top teams overall in the standings. We'll run those down on the women's side as well, along with Columbia College and then Lindenwood's JV team. At the end of game 2 of Baker set 1. So each Baker set 4 games.
Just a reminder, you will be skipping a pair after the first Baker block. So back to skipping a pair for the remainder of Baker blocks. Don't forget
so we'll get our first look here for the 2021-2022 season of the defending ITC champions, Wichita State. Also the defending champions here at the Mid-States Championships.
Fans and spectators, we also want to thank all of you for your $5 donation to come in and watch these great athletes this morning. Just to let you know that all of that money will be returned 100% to charity. For Newman, it will be Children's Miracle Network, and WSU will be giving their portion to Midwest Transplants. So thank you all very much. All of that is 100% returned to those two charities. One more quick reminder, please follow the arrows as well.
All right, in business. Thanks, JT. We're going to be switching over to game 3 now on 23 and 24. So Wichita State is going to be on 23 to kick things off here. So they're bowling 2 games on lane 24, 342 for their first 2. Lindenwood JV1 is at 333. They'll be on 24. Those are the teams to your left, and then Columbia College in the kind of the sky blue jerseys, and then Mount Mercy, who had a monster game to wrap things up yesterday, and we'll take a deeper dive into those numbers on the women's side. In just a moment, Mount Mercy finishing with 160, they're 359 for their first 2. Columbia College. We'll get to around the same mark. So 182 still out there for Columbia College with the strike to kick things off here. 10th frame of their game 2. They'll switch lanes with Mount Mercy here in just a moment. Again, we can see some things in the future here. I don't like this hit that comes up on lane 25. I've seen this way too many times in the league myself. Oh, great shot there. Second shot at 10. Get that high flush 7.
Come on.
It's too early in the morning for 7 pins to stand up. Be disrespectful like that.
I agree. So up this fair here, they'll be at 347. 347 for first 2, 172 the game for Columbia College. Moving into game 3 of Baker set 1. Once again, the format for today
we're going to have 5 4-game Baker sets. So teams bowl 4 games, 2 games on one lane, then switch with the other team on the pair for the final 2 games. So we'll be referring to the Baker sets. So that's kind of the where, but in each of those, there's 4 games. So 20 total Baker games to go with the 6 traditional games yesterday to determine the top 8 for the Baker bracket coming up later today. Those matches will be best of 5 to determine the champion here. We shared some photos of the trophy, which it's a cool trophy. I'm not going to lie, it's heavy too. I found that out this morning because I got to take it for some photos. It is a heavy son of a gun. So if for the team that gets to take that home with them, you gotta make sure that thing's buckled up. Otherwise, that might hurt someone. But it's a humongous trophy. It's got all the history of the event, as we mentioned yesterday. The 62nd edition of the Mid-States Championships. So all the champions listed on each trophy. Super cool. We shared that on our social media channels before we started today. So feel free to check those out, of course. But 5-game or best of 5 Baker bracket to wrap things up today. And JT, I don't know if you mentioned it, but we will change things up for that as well. So we have the main channel right now, which we're watching, and of course the 4 additional channels of action. But once we get into the bracket portion, JT is going to take a station. I'm going to take a station. We'll have 2 chats open, one for the men and one for the women. So we'll be doing things a little bit differently just because it's so fast-paced, so much action going on. We'll be focusing on our respective centers from where we're at. So be on the lookout for that later today once we get into the Baker bracket. But it's going to be a good time. That's few things match the energy that we get to see in Baker competition, especially in the head-to-head format. They're not necessarily doing that right now. You're paired up with somebody, but you're not bowling against them. See teams make those shots that they need down the stretch. There are few things more exciting in the sport of bowling than a great Baker match. We had some phenomenal ones at the first Tier 1 event of the year at the Midwest Collegiate Championships. SCAD Savannah taking the win in both the men's and the women's division in the deciding game in both of those. So hopefully the same excitement in store for today in Wichita, Kansas. As we look ahead. And I did promise some standings, so let's run those down real quick on the women's side. Mount Mercy had the big final game, 10:51 yesterday. And looking at what I had available, I think only 2 teams cracked the 1,000 barrier over the course of the day here at West Acres Bowl, so they played tough for sure. 56-64, so a 103-pin lead for Mount Mercy over Wichita State, the defending champion here at the Mid-States on the women's side. 55-61 in second. Sam Houston dropped from first to third after that final game, 55-48. St. Ambrose, 54-21 in fourth. Newman in fifth, 52-83. Oklahoma Christian, sixth, 51-86. Lindenwood, 51-74. And then Ottawa, 51-17 in eighth. And they have a 104-pin lead over Coe College, who's in ninth place at 50-13. So for the teams in the top 8 here on the women's side, there is a bit of a cushion coming in, but certainly a nice run in Baker, and we've seen the highs and the lows in the Baker format. That can definitely mix things up. So Coe College, the closest team out at the moment, but have to make up more than 100 pins. Waldorf University rounds out the top 10 at 49-85, 1 pin ahead of Kansas Wesleyan, the 2019 bracket champion here at the Mid-States. On the JV side, after one full day, Union University 52-11 leading the way. Wichita State 51-16 in second. St. Ambrose third, 48-50. Ottawa 45-94. Then Lindenwood 44-32. Top 5 on the JV side. Only 5 teams on the JV side. then in the individual standings, Hera Amanu from Mount Mercy, 229 in her final game to take over the top spot, 1275. So she is the tournament MVP, part of the all-tournament squad, which was recognized prior to the start of competition today. Faye Hernandez from Sam Houston State, 1248 in second. So those were the only two players to average more than 200 on the women's side for the 6 games. Allison Zuswick from Newman was third, 1191. Kayla Devine from St. Ambrose, 235 her final game to jump to the top 5, 1163. Her total for fourth, and then Olivia Komorowski from Wichita State took the last spot on the all-tournament team, 1141.
There you go.
Fourth consecutive spare for Wichita State. So just one strike up on the board so far. Their max score 191. 169 still out there for Lindenwood. Gonna have to hustle. This is the head pin left. The spare 159, their max score for game 3 of Baker set 1. See if Mount Mercy can make it 3 in a row. Just gonna have to, oh, that one took off.
They are not easy, Aaron. I'll tell you.
No.
4 spares in a row, nothing wrong with that.
And that was something we talked about yesterday, JT, kind of examining the scoring pace. And I mentioned that only 2 teams surpassed the 1,000 mark in the traditional 5-player team game. So, putting that into perspective, yesterday, 920, 930 was like, probably equivalent to shooting, 1,000 or 1020 based off the scoring pace you had at on the men's side at North Rock. So it's, you want to have the big numbers, of course, but sometimes you just got to work with what's out there and find a way to fill enough frames to continue to keep yourself in the mix. .171 finishing game 3 for Wichita after a 3:42 start. something too often here. The 1-5-6-10 for Lindenwood.
Oh,
Able to get the 5 in the back there. Finished with 126 after 333 in their first 2.
I saw earlier today a 1-4-5-7-8 left. Yeah, just think about that
Wow.
for a second.
That's
Was not made.
I feel that could be made though.
It can. It was not in this particular case, but little out of bounds out there.
A shot there from Columbia College in the 8th. Just the 1 split in frame 1. They can still get to 210 this game. Miscue on the 10 pin in the 8th for the Mustangs of Mount Mercy. 3-6-10 there in the 9th, so their max with the spare will be 181 this game. Back-to-back 3-6-10 conversions for Mount Mercy. They're going to be in the 160s here. A 4-bagger?
I said that's like throwing a 4-bagger.
That's a fair point. I know there are some folks who do not like shooting the 3-6-10 in any way, shape, or form.
We do have our standings over here on the men's side after the first 4 Baker games. Wichita State University has taken the lead back. They are at plus 262. So a nice little 4-game set for them. St. Ambrose in second. They are at plus 119. Mount Mercy in third, plus 103. Oklahoma Christian in fourth at plus 75. Lindenwood in fifth at plus 63. Newman holding down the 6th position at plus 40. Kansas Wesleyan in 7th at minus 90. And Hastings College, who we watched on our featured pair in the opening Baker set, they are holding down the last position there at minus 121. And they have over 100 pin lead over 9th, which is Ottawa University right now. On the junior varsity side, it got really ugly. A lot of red numbers. St. Ambrose is your leader still, but they have fallen to minus 134. Wichita State's JV1 team is in second at minus 417. Hastings in third at minus 439. Wichita State 2, 490 under. Ottawa University in fifth. We're starting to get into some pretty big red numbers here, 743 under. Oklahoma Christian at 862 under. Lindenwood at 870 under. And Newman University's JV1 team holding down the number 8 spot, minus 946.
And folks, with as quick as the Baker games do go, that is kind of the time frame we do expect to receive scores after each of the Baker blocks, if you will. So we mentioned there's 5 of them today, 20 games total. So we won't have those updates game by game, but after each round, we should be able to get those to you, just like JT did there on the men's side. And when we finish up this next game here on the women's side, we will have those as well.
Well, you can really tell the out of bounds by watching that shot there. That was not that far offline, and it barely nicked the 3-pin.
Take it, Michael.
All right, so some final scores coming in here for Wichita State and Lindenwood JV. 178 finish for Wichita puts them at 691. And they were in second place overall heading into this first Baker set.
That's an unusual leave there. The old 4 count. Oh.
Yeah, not much you can do with that one. And
the 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10.
Not much you can do with that one.
Aaron, they used to have a magazine that used to go out, and they had the nation's top 10 for youth bowling back a long time ago. I think even before YABA was formed. And I once appeared in the nation's top 10 when I was a number of times, but the first time I appeared in it was when I was 10 years old. And I bowled a 205 game. It was my first 200 game, and that made the nation's top 10 for 10-year-olds back then. It's a different time. And I started the game with a spare and then threw a 6-bagger. You know what I left on my shot in the 8th?
I'm going to guess it's something we just saw.
The 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. 4 count. Yeah, throwing a brown 10-pound Galaxy 300 drilled at Kmart. I did not spare it.
Like I said, there's not much you can do with that one.
No, I think I did the same thing as the young lady we saw who just left it. I think I left the 10 pin and then ended up, I don't remember the rest of the game. My memory's not that good, but
I was going to say, I think your memory's just fine with that specific detail to that particular memory, so I wouldn't go that far.
But I did shoot 205 and made the nation's top 10.
How about that? It's going to be 3 in a row for Columbia College. Set up their 9th and 10th after a couple early opens. Haven't seen too many strings of strikes here, so.
No, they're hard. They are hard. I don't even know what the right answer is to avoid leaving 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10s or 1, 4, 5, 7, 8s. I don't know what to tell them to do. Just don't miss.
They have
There's
a
a 4-bagger.
Let's go. Mount Mercy putting together a nice game too. Early double. And they exchanged strikes and spares ever since, and got 238 still out there.
It's huge.
As we mentioned, Mount Mercy, our tournament leader, had a 100 pins on second place. And in a position to potentially increase that here if they can finish strong here. You got 5?
Come on.
Oh, it's pretty close. Oh, take them when you can get them. Double the set attempt for Mount Mercy. Hand it off to our tournament MVP, Ira Amanudin. .77 to finish for Columbia. 10 pin to kick off the 10th. 17 now the max score.
Awfully good shot.
So Columbia's going to finish with 680. And with a strike on the fill here, Mount Mercy would get to 744. It's called 740. 213 in the finale. Nice game from the Mustangs. And they're going to gain another 50 pins on Wichita State here. As we have wrapped up Baker Set 1 here in the women's division at the Mid-States Championships.
Nothing, there's no one in there. If there isn't enough, then there's more.
Because we're here, I'm not videoing. Sorry, guys. Yes. Guys, you want this to be Vegas Part 2.
right, back over to the men's division. We've got St. Ambrose currently in second place, plus 119. Struggled in game number 2. Now we are in game number 3 of this Baker set. They're bowling it with Iowa Western. And we've got Iowa Central on lane 20 currently. And they're bowling against the University of St. Mary. Not really against, but with. I guess in one respect, they're really bowling against everybody, right?
That is correct.
So technically, but they are. It's not match play. There's no consequences to winning or losing against the team that you're bowling with on the same pair. So we're just racking up pins, and the top 8 move on.
Not gonna lie, JT, I got a little scared there. It was already game time. I looked at my clock. I'm like, what are you guys watching over there? I forgot about the London game, though.
Oh yeah, we've got TVs going. Is that the London game?
It's I believe it's the London game. So.
I remember when I moved to Texas from California, I was surprised at how late football started. I was used to eating breakfast on Sunday and then just rolling right into football / PBA on ESPN. Now it's more like you have to wait till lunch for all that to happen. And PBA is over on Fox now.
How the times have changed.
Not getting any easier over here.
I put your daughter's jacket.
Wichita State
That's where my jacket.
able to shoot a pretty nice set. Shot 908 their first 4.
I feel no sense of carrying on this specimen.
That was huge. They're the only team that shot plus. And they shot 108 over. It's just very easy to get sucked into what you were doing last night and want to start a little bit further left and try to break them down a little faster.
That has been known to happen.
Yeah. But it really pretty much never works.
Often gets you into more trouble. We are into game 1 of Baker Set 2 over here at West Acres Bowl, 23 through 26. We have Culver Stockton, College of St. Mary, Ottawa and Wichita State's JV team. And then on 27 through 30, we have Ottawa's JV team. Peru State, Wichita State, and Mount Mercy.
Just extremely difficult to avoid the open frames. And as Aaron alluded to earlier, that's really the trick here in this Baker format. Even though a couple of players might be lined up and you can string a few strikes, if you've got a couple of players who are lost, they can really sink your score. The other piece that's a little bit tricky is because of the high volume and the high friction surface, you're going to see transition happening a lot faster. And so you've got to wait 5 shots between your next throw. And a lot of times you step up, you make a good shot, and the lanes have changed. So you really have to rely on your team and your teammates to make good shots and give you good information about how the lanes are transitioning.
And that's and that part of it, JT, is a big reason why, if you're watching collegiate bowling for the first time and you're wondering why are all these kids standing up here at the foul line, right behind the settee or the approach, excuse me, there, and what are they doing? And why do they have so much energy? And it's for that reason right there. You've got to be up there to be able to see what's going on. And I can attest to my current situation. I actually can't see the lanes from where I'm watching. So many parents have to find unique and creative ways to actually watch the bowling because nobody sits down during collegiate bowling.
No.
But it's not because they're being rude and want to block the shot from everybody because they don't want anyone to know what's going on. It's because they got to be right up there to receive that information, watch those shots from their teammates, and collect that information for that next shot. And that goes a lot into building a Baker lineup as well. You really want a great shot maker who's steady, cool, calm, collected in that leadoff spot, because they're going to be the ones relaying that information to their teammates for their next time up, whether it's switching lanes, going to a new pair, whatever it may be, and even being able to report those moves. That's a player who's up there saying, "Hey, I know I made a pretty good shot, and I just 4-pinned, for example. Maybe this is the lane telling us it's time to move." And then all of a sudden, you get that information, you're ahead of it, instead of, seeing it once or twice and then realizing, okay, this lane may be going, but you've already, 4-9, big 4, and then you make the move, and then it's, you open 2 frames. So that's a big part of what makes college bowling so awesome, and this Baker format so tricky along the way as well, because, as much of individual talent as a team can have, if they don't know how to communicate the right way and work together, they can find themselves in trouble just because they're not talking to each other.
Interesting between games here. A lot of conversation going on among the St. Ambrose team. Trying to talk through the options.
It certainly is a team with options. So we talked about yesterday, one of their JV players actually earning the top spot overall for 6 games. Joshua Collins leading the way.
Aaron, you're the expert here on college rules. Would you be able to move a player up from JV between yesterday and today?
I
have them
do not
compete on the
believe that
varsity?
is. I believe once a player is designated for an event, they're part of that until next event.
I see. So you could move them up for the next event, but not in the middle of this one.
Correct. Yes.
Is that something that happens a lot? Do you see players moving up from JV in mid-season if they happen to be bowling really well?
Yes, that definitely is the case, and I think that's something that varies from program to program and kind of how they build their teams. From some schools that I've talked to, that really don't carry JV too often. A lot of times you kind of have your core 6 or 7 players who are going to travel from event to event, and then there's opportunities through practice, through events that some players are kind of, I don't want to say on the bubble, but there's essentially going to be a few spots up for grabs for players who continually perform well, that they're going to get their chance to kind of move up to the A team, if you will. So I feel it's a little different from school to school and how they announce it for the year. Some schools are they hold tryouts and practice essentially, and they'll have events during the practice sessions as well. All right, we know 7 of the players going to this event. We're going to let you guys bowl for the 8th spot. So they'll do something competitive in practice as well to push them to that. It may be based off events. I know depending on the size of the roster a school has as well, that can certainly change it as well. So there are a lot of variables in it, but we've definitely seen some players, make their way through the ranks. Most notably, one of the players who really thrived in that role and kind of accepted that JV role, and then when they got the opportunity to move up to the varsity squad, took full advantage of, was Josh Pate, who bowled for Wisconsin Whitewater, who I remember Emil did an article kind of about the Pate family. They had Nick, Lauren, and Josh all competing collegiately at the same time. And Lauren had kind of, found her role at McKendree, and they had just had their breakout year in 2017. Or actually, that might have been a year or two before that, because Nick was Nick's senior year was 2017. Because Nick won ISC that year.
That's right.
But,
when he was bowling for Midland.
He was bowling for Midland, yep. And then Josh was over at Wisconsin Whitewater, but he hadn't quite moved on to the varsity squad. But he kept working at it, doing the things his coach was asking, and eventually worked his way to the main squad, and then was an All-American by the time it was all said and done. So, it's interesting to kind of see that path for some players, and but for a team as deep as St. Ambrose, since that's how we got started on this topic. I'd be intrigued to break it down with Coach Liddig sometime and say, hey, how's that process work for you guys? What's the leading a Tier 1 event is a pretty big deal. So I mean that certainly should come into consideration. But obviously they got a pretty deep lineup as well. So I suppose that's a good problem for a coach to have, is to have too many options to put in your lineup. So, but definitely good. It would be an interesting point to run through from school to school to see how some folks deal with that. We actually got Sean hopping in the chat. So, thanks, Coach Sean. Thanks for tuning in as always. Miss seeing you out here this week, but hopefully see you soon. Sean's saying they've had 13 different players on the varsity squad in their first 3 events, so
it's a lot. That says a lot about their program too, how deep that program is.
And certainly one of the top tier teams on the men's side over the past couple of years.
It's nice to have options.
Options are good. Unlike me bringing one ball to league each week.
Well, I think the thing that makes St. Ambrose so interesting is the variety of lefties and righties they have.
That is a very intriguing point as well, and we've thinking back to past IPCs where some teams have definitely taken advantage of that. Definitely think about that Urbana squad in 2014, who made it all the way to the title match. Ended up falling to Lindenwood, but a team that had a couple of lefties set up, and they were able to find a look on the left side over at the Reno Sparks Convention Center, and they struck a bunch led by Graham Faw, who's obviously now a PBA Tour champion, a major champion. But yeah, St. Ambrose is pretty deep on the left side. And we saw Jordan Monins, who, thinking back to the ITC, who he wasn't on the ITC team.
I know, right?
But he ended up qualifying for the ISC, and he made it to the TV show. So we've seen him in the lineup today. He was actually right around the top 5. I'm not sure if he ended up finishing in the top 5 this week, JT, but I knew he had a strong performance. Obviously, Nate Stubler, first team All-American.
Yeah, Jordan finished second overall. He was actually the highest varsity bowler in the field because of St. Ambrose. Joshua Collins on the JV team being the MVP. But Jordan, yeah, he finished second overall. And yeah, you just feel like if the left side has a look whatsoever, and Cameron's bowling as well, he's actually gone this week bowling for Team USA. But you would imagine it would be pretty tough sledding to beat that team. And I believe Jordan was on the JV team at this time last year. And he was part of that team that actually beat all the varsity teams at this event, if I'm not mistaken.
So this right here, this is first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then the right score here. So this is one game, one set of 4. This is second set, third, fourth, and fifth.
Scores
See if I can look that up. Let's see, that one's a-
the scores seem to have settled down here a little bit, Aaron. Not anything big, but I'm not seeing the preponderance of 120s and 130s that we were seeing for the first Baker set.
We should be getting or 170 and higher. That's what we normally are. We don't know what's going to happen here.
It was mid-states last year. Of course, folks, be sure to check out collegebowling.bowl.com for all this great information.
I don't think we got
To be fair, it was a 1-pin difference, but still, the JV team at that event, 77.95. The varsity team for St. Ambrose, 77.94.
1 pin is 1 pin, man.
One
It's
pin
a
is
win.
one in the
A W
bragging
is a
rights.
W. Yeah.
Take it on home. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, you look at the standings here this week or this weekend, and there is a 400 pin difference between the lead and the JV competition versus the varsity. So it's pretty impressive.
I know you can't wait for the next and they give you at least 2 weeks notice on everything. And it's also on the silicon
So wrapping up our second 4-game Baker set. Here on the men's side, we've got 3 more left to go after this one before we have our top 8. Really, the top 8 is in pretty good position, Aaron, after our first 4-game Baker set. Hastings College held down the number 8 spot. They were at minus 121, and they had a 100-pin lead over 9th. So there's still a few teams that have a chance to get into that bottom part of the bracket. But really the top 6 are pretty firmly set. And the top 6 currently, Wichita State, St. Ambrose, Mount Mercy, Oklahoma Christian, Lindenwood, and Newman. All on the right side of plus 40 is that number in 6th. Then you have Kansas Wesleyan, who's minus 90. Hastings at minus 121, and Ottawa University is in ninth at minus 224. And then once you get past about 15th place, it falls off pretty dramatically. So you've really got 6 or 7 teams that are fighting for 1 or 2 spots and then shuffling between the top 6. And if I remember correctly, last year, Wichita State made their move in the Baker format. Although last year we did not do a bracket. All right, we've got new teams moving in place. Aaron, would you like us to switch back over to your side?
Sure. Let's do that. We're just finishing up game 2, moving into game 3 of Baker set 2.
Any preference on which set?
Let's go to 23 through 26.
Okay. Voila.
And we'll have some women's standings after Baker set 1 available in just a second as well. All right, we're going to drop that link in the Gold TV chat. And see, this is what I like about the Bowl TV chat. We get this unique insight. We got George, who's I don't want to assume son, but potentially son, potentially relative in some way. Justin Bowles for St. Ambrose was part of the JV team earlier this year, last season, at the Mid-States, and he said in the chat, St. Ambrose JV gave them, meaning the varsity team, the business last year on the bus ride back to campus for that 1 pin. So that's what we like to hear. So way to be, JV team. But our women's stats standings after Baker set 1, Mount Mercy continues to lead after that 7:40 block out of the gates, 64-02. They have expanded their lead, and we actually have a new team in second place. Sam Houston got ahead of Wichita State, so 62-55 for SHSU, and Wichita at 62-52. So they're about 150 pins behind Mount Mercy for the overall lead. But both teams in great position, or all 3 teams more or less locked into the bracket later today. St. Ambrose in fourth with 61-80. Newman in fifth, 59-19. Oklahoma Christian 58-87. Lindenwood 58-60. And then Ottawa holds the last spot 57-84. They have a 97-pin lead over Kansas Wesleyan 56-87. So a bit of a cushion once again here. But, we're watching Ottawa University right now. We have them on our over on 25 and 26, along with Wichita State's JV squad. And they have started off 159-154. So for Kansas Wesleyan, 56-87, potentially a big 4-game block away to kind of making up some distance here. Central Missouri rounds out the top 10, 56-61. JV standings, Wichita State has moved into the top spot, so they have been moving on up, catching up to Newman, and finally surpassed them. They got them by 6 pins, 57-79. Newman JV at 57-73. Then a bit of a drop to St. Ambrose, 54-32. Ottawa and Lindenwood round out the top 5 for the JV squad. So we got the standings, and it's looking, you'd say almost the top 7 are safe with, looking at 16 Baker games to go. Scoring pace is low, though. If the team finds a pair that they can throw some strikes on, an 827, 830 set, even, not even averaging 210 as a team, but, a solid, consistent Baker block like that can really put a team in a great position to make up a lot of spots just based off of the scoring pace we've seen so far. So here's what we got so far from our teams we're taking a look at now. Over on 23 and 24, we now have College of St. Mary on 23, off to a nice start so far. Clean through 5. College of St. Mary started 149 and 171 this block. Culver Stockton is joining them on 24, so they're on the right scoreboard there. They're on their letter B up there to your left. For Culver Stockton, 173-204 out of the gates, but some trouble here really going. So we'll see if they can bounce back for the second half of this game. Then over on 25 and 26, we mentioned we got Ottawa and Wichita State JV1. For Wichita State, 162, 199. For Ottawa, 159 and 154 for their first 2 games. Got our team updates through the first 2. This is game 3. Oh, everything we needed to do there to pick that up, and Captain doesn't connect with the 10 for Culver Stockton. Baker set 2, game 3 of 4.
Aaron, we do have our standings after 8 Baker games in the men's division. Wichita State continuing to lead at plus 268. Had another plus 4 game set. St. Ambrose in second at plus 101. Lindenwood in third at plus 84. Mount Mercy in fourth at plus 76. Oklahoma Christian in fifth at plus 27. There's now only 5 teams that are plus. Newman University at minus 7 is in sixth. Kansas Wesleyan in seventh at minus 101. And in eighth place, Hastings College minus 232. Ottawa University closing the gap a little bit. They're just 50 pins back now at the 8th position.
Yeah, keep an eye on Hastings there. You don't want to see them sneaking in. They were the 7th seed in 2019 when they went on to win the Mid-States Championship. So,
and there will not be a re-oil between the end of the Baker competition and the bracket competition. So they should be a little friendlier for the bracket competition than they were earlier this morning.
talk about Ottawa on the women's side, currently holding the 8th spot in this Baker set and in this game as well. They have not been fans of 25 and 26 so far. Now a 3-6-9-10 in the 10th frame, or excuse me, in the 9th frame. And 99 in the 9th. 4 at the Braves, so going to be looking for something in this final game to get them going.
You know they're tough when the players are shooting 5 pins with a plastic ball. Maybe that's
Take
what I should
everything
have
on
done
the
in
play.
league the other night.
CJT, you took something away from this experience, which is always good that you can apply it to your own game.
I have a feeling this pattern's just a bit harder than what I was bowling on. I didn't mention in our standings update the JV, which is it's going to come down to the top 2. After this, we'll cut to the top 2, and they'll bowl a head-to-head match for the title. St. Ambrose currently leading at minus 120, and Wichita State JV1 is in second. They're at minus 196. Hastings College in third. They are 112 pins back of Wichita State. So still a chance for them. Wichita State JV2 also still in the hunt. They're 228 pins back of JV1 on the Wichita State side. So got to make the top 2 if you're in the JV division to move on.
148 for Culver Stockton, 116 for Ottawa. College of St. Mary's, most consistent game here. They'll finish with 180 for game 3. Wichita State JV1 already into game 4, so the final game of Baker set 2 is getting underway. To start up this final game of Baker set 2, a friendly reminder to everybody, we'll be back on Bold TV in just about a week. Is it a week? It's going to be exactly a week. From Reno, Nevada, and the National Bowling Stadium. We'll be back online for the PWBA Fall Classic Series. Practice session for the Reno Classic, the Pepsi Classic, and Tour Championship all will be taking place, and the PWBA podcast will be back in action from the NBS before competition starts up on the 25th.
It's going to be a pretty epic conclusion to the season. Obviously, we haven't had a final event where there's really 3 events built in, so there's a lot of movement that can still happen. But really, I want to say 8 or 9 players have a chance still at Player of the Year, especially with 3 events happening. Saw Verity Crawley at the Summer Classic Series make a huge move up the standings on the point race. And she's right there in the running, currently in 3rd for Player of the Year. It's going to be exciting. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Sounds like it's going to make for great bowl TV.
I mean, Shannon O'Keefe still has a chance to pull off a 3rd consecutive Player of the Year. She would become just the 2nd player to accomplish that feat, matching Liz Johnson. Liz Johnson still has a chance to win Player of the Year as well. She's in 4th in the points, so she could win her 4th Player of the Year. That would match Wendy McPherson.
She had a pretty nice stretch there at the end of the 90s into the 2000s.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back Player of the Year seasons.
4 out of 5 seasons, yeah. Carol Giannotti breaking up that run in 98.
But still a number of players with a chance. Dasha Kovalova leading the point race going into those final 3 events. Shannon O'Keefe in 2nd, Verity Crawley in 3rd, Liz Johnson in 4th, Julia Bond, who won the Queens earlier this season at the stadium. She's in 5th. Danielle McEwen in 6th. And Missy Parkin, without a win, is in 7th. Finished 2nd at the Queens in that building. So
3
she
runner-ups
likes the
this year.
stadium. What's that?
3 runner-ups for her this year.
Yeah. And Brianna Cote, who won one of those Summer Classic Series events, she's in 8th. And really, you know, if Birgit got hot, she could pull it off as well. She made 2 shows at the Summer Classic Series.
Should be good stuff, folks. Look at this Ottawa team go here. Shaking off the rough opening 3 games here in this Baker set and going to take care of the single pin clean through 5. Early 3-bagger getting back on it. Three-bagger in there for Wichita State. Culver stop. So everybody kind of settling in on their pairs here.
Same thing over here in the men's, Aaron. Started this game with the front 5.
There. Applied it at all times and earlier. There's going to be bad games throughout. What happens? It totally locked in for 16 games in a row. There we go. Another one for Ottawa. You know, they're making a run at
DMAC, if she would have to win the tour, maybe 2 events. Hurt. No. When we have, but have 5 players. The so in terms of the math.
We've seen that happen. That has make at the kickoff last. And you know, certainly pocket right now. Really.
So increased points.
.24 finish for which There, so Ottawa got
St. Ambrose. If Nate Stubler 248 with the strike on their fill ball. Over here at North.
going to push him to 6. The Baker set 3 here on the women's side. 10. Oh. Well, Wichita State J. College of St. Mary's. Here from lanes 23. Baker games left before we know our top 8. And we are buckling. JT is going to once again second tier 1 competition. USBC. Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. Throughout the rest of the day, and yeah. Make their way through the bracket. To the excitement of
Everybody's not just using urethane, and you miss a little. Starts. Mount Mercy. It's 1-2-5. Out. Telecast Weber bowled Art Trask. That was just, and Nelson. Unusual, just commonplace with the weights. So Newman position. They were in -7. It coming up. For a turkey here. That. Notice how from in trouble after doubles and a spare. All it takes is, one play, run into a little bit of score. Now for Newman. In the foundation. Three. 20 games total. The sub in. Four. So 183 here for that. Peru State. Hundred and 40. Oh! In the final. Start with the double, looking for three.
We have moved into Baker set 3. Women's side game. For those of you interested in this particular Baker Acres Bowl, we have this JV team. Been in the top 5 throughout the. And then on our 20s division, Baker JV women's side. As soon as we get an update on scores, we'll get that.
potentially big game here to get 48 and slipped a little bit last game with 1.
Let's go.
Settled down. But I think to the point where the miss fours.
It's a better problem to have than.
Yeah, so the other two leaving. You can stay clean. You can four pin to trip. With 188.
Peru State. I have that over here. JT, but they actually have but the Peru State pink on the front of the logo as well. So to learn more. We're going on not only this month, but around the calendar year. So give a shout out. Awareness Month.
Finishes with 248. Set. Two more Baker sets here. Peru. So their max score moves to 290.
how difficult it is to really get a game and where players feel comfortable. On the other side, energy that a team from that, you really can't put a to a team's chemistry, to a team's they bring. They're throwing up strings of strikes. Just to find feed off each other's. Not gonna lie.
This game. Set number 3 here on the men's side. West Acres.
So we are in game 2 from left to 23. Squad Peru State Pink. This team on 20. Going to be in the dark blue jerseys. Will be on Ottawa 126. Have a Baker update here from the Bowl TV chat as well. Very shortly. Scores at in Mount Mercy. One State 69 6 8 93 at 65 of the to Wichita State. Move up another spot or two if what they've been doing so far. Oklahoma Christian 65-53, and then so they hung on to it despite they saved it with 2:30. Ottawa at 60 less than 65 pins now. Definitely to make a run, and I don't talk about having to need to top 8 304 to be out. Battle for 8-9 is kind of the see if, actually I think they're on I call my skips directly side in the women's division. Wichita State 54-41 2001, and then Ottawa is featured at the moment. Peru State and the varsity side. And going to leave a 10 pin here to kick off their 62, 120 for Peru. 10 here in the ninth. It's at it once. The halfway point of the block here. In the women. In the books. Ambrose's JV squad, so step 3, Ottawa 20. We can get to 171. $176. Lane's getting ready for game. Note on the substitutes. Schools do so similar to other sports. So many coaches will of the day, how their look is progressing. Obviously, if a player, coach has the is bowling incredibly well. They've been in the really the one of the only in a substitute game. They can these schools' depth in the roster. Players brought in to shoot to make if you're a right-hander versus receiver. But for that, for another player until the next game, so they. St. Ambrose looking game 3. With the double. So can run it down and stay clean through 3. Nice.
Aaron, we do have our 12. St. Ambrose moves a little. Mercy now in Newman in 5th, a plus in 6th. Kansas Wesleyan in College. Ottawa University. Basically a 2-team race. Minus 174. 84, their JV number 1. JV number 2. Both of those teams with just 2 big.
Yeah, they got the pin right. They start for the Fighting Bees here in game 3. JT.
I think Dave Ryan on our Sports Network. I'm there all the time calling. I said, do they ever win? Week. In fact, they were losing pretty bad. So their apartment, tying it, and ended up winning in 4 overtimes. End of the season so and the best way and watch one of the World Series. I was flying over the in the parking lot, and just imagine who were in that car in went over them. They would say, we heard Vin Scully's call, which was one of so you got to stay till the end.
We have just I think there was a side. I could buy Daniel Ferris will not like this one. The Miami Heat. And Ray Allen made the 3. A lot of folks who had already tried to get make it back in.
I mean, the greatest ball for me, being a Lakers fan. The Lakers fans are traffic. It's true, but you're that just stay in the fourth quarter. It's been you couldn't they were fans. It was when Scottie Pippen had been traded. And it was capped off by pushed ahead. Shaq dunked it, and he so again.
Complaints to Jason Thomas. Today's commitment to Bowl TV against Green Bay. Collegiate bowling action.
That game's going to happen.
Noon game, yep.
I don't have a horse. Once the it's dead to me. I can't root for the Chargers.
No, they've been pretty good. It's my favorite.
Yeah. Bye-bye. I was a big Raiders fan. Making the nation's top 10 for
Big two. The six
back in
bagger.
the Jim Plunkett day.
Conversation started. We just in game 3. Indeed, St. Ambrose.
On the cut.
Oh yeah, we'll be seeing St.
For sure.
But to bring game 4, they have on the back of the jersey. But they have the logo. They have the aren't they, Jay? Can't get stung by a bee. Bad thing. Fine insect. And now the bee, it has fists. So it has an intimidating Coach getting ready to attack.
Donald Duck cartoon. And that's what this reminds me. It's one of the funniest cartoons. In the cartoon where Donald Duck is trying to sting him on. He's changing the shape of it. It's great. If I was a cartoon character, a lot since I Duck, especially when I was bowling. I don't know where this conversation. I like the mascot.
Talk to
Tom Hess was very Donald.
I got to talk to Tom. And I don't, unless I'm in Iowa. Tom too.
He's riding high right now.
This is true.
What a cool.
Sure what's going on here. I know there's. I'm not, but yes, it's great.
They're not doing the floss, right? Was okay. Yeah,
That's
hard. High.
that. She was also execute said day.
Women's finals. The Wichita.
That's true.
New requirement if you're going to be one of some lanes over attempt, took the 2-pin out of it. Easy to do. out there with the pattern. It is not going to hit.
Since the switch to lane at 25. For another 200 plus.
Both for the Q. Shane Ambrose.
Their mascot.
Point on purpose.
That happened organically.
The Rocky Balboa.
Rocky was much of a dancer based on.
Yeah.
And then time spent with Apollo Creed. Up against Mr. T, whose character I can't. It's killing me.
And when 500.
They're going to. Attempt to get there. Just a little short of it. Gonna effort here. 40, so. Bruce 622. Up Baker set 3 here. 12 overall. There's Clubber Lang, JT. That's such
Okay.
a legendary. One of my favorite predictions.
Yeah.
Terrified at this. I believe I may have mentioned this story me yesterday when we were our season. We were and I'm sure he can watch his daughter. He'd always come over and ask me if. But I started joking with Tom that in fact,
So Tom can
times.
got a lot of good stuff to talk. PBA 50 season.
One of my favorite guys. So
I tour.
we got one shot left to go here. JT, I think we're just
Switches
going on
over.
at 140, 577. North Rock to catch the end.
Yeah, we've got the first pretty big college there. there, but just had. But it just shows you. It's not easy by any stretch. The lanes have settled. Baker University just on the left side of our. If they could put a couple big games together, and Baker was in 15th heading in. Out of the cut. Games. Oh. So Baker still with. Go here. Match play bracket scheduled to be. Good. Got one more set of. All the teams will bowl simultaneously. Channel. Spare this and go off the sheet. Sneak into the top. Going to the set, and that was open frame there. Off the sheet here. Shot. Just on the is the score for Ottawa. Couple of frames will be here on the men's. All right. Number 4 side.
Into game 1.
Channel.
Chasing the top 8. 26. We also have Baker available. The last so they're on the same lane with Carl. Baker University. $146. CC 170. Coming to you momentarily. Just another minute before. Good folks to be able. Games Mount Mercy continues. State has gained some ground after Baker moving closer and closer here around. So they're current leader, third place after that. Number 3 last round. The Sam Houston. So far this event, fourth place. 4 teams going to have some extended diversity. 73. Ottawa moves up a spot to that all important. We had some teams 9 there between Ottawa and Lindenwood. Close. 7,020 top 10, 16. Culver Stockton moves 8 and Baker gains. It's a nice effort here. Frames 3 on spare shooting. So once again, they're putting up some. That's the way you do it. Gonna need a few more, just like another run here. So 179, 112. JT, I'm not sure through my headset. The collegiate bowler. There's been Christian's over on 21 and 22. Seeing someone so loudly for the rest of their shot. She is just the at the moment because I don't know if you caught. I would not mind potentially seeing them to root on her team.
Yeah.
For Baker, buddy into game 3. Baker set 4 here. There's a second double this game for Kansas Wesleyan. Won the title here. The tournament's first return to West State. Version which was held in was just held at 2 seconds of the mid-states. And speaking of closer, looks like JT
State leading on the men's side. Ambrose 100 pins. University has moved up to third. They're now in fourth at plus 18. Newman University, Kansas Wesleyan. Hastings College continues They're at -2. University. 4-game set.
Just trying to get there.
They're probably into the top 8. And they're 150 pins back. Would need a huge set. On the JV side, for 39 is Hastings College, so they would this last in the JV division, the top
bowl for the talk about Kansas Wesleyan games here. Chance to get 2. So once again, moving up.
Ooh.
Count. There for
Remember the first time that split was left. Left it. And Bo made a shock. He had never seen it.
behind that.
Burton would know that.
How about that?
Yeah. Originally was in consecutive open frames.
Well, we don't want buzzer. No positive. Well, unfortunately, there was a buzzer. 104.
Opportunity, though, Aaron. 4 straight. Coined the ham bone. Jacksonville Jaguars. Dolphins, so we know some folks. Men's side. Switch back over here. And then I'm going to sign bracket of 12-15. It'll start a little later.
Lineup forms to Corey. 20 Baker game. Give us a few. The top 8.
Game 4. That's 4 here. That Kansas Wesleyan. I need a Go now. Oh, get out of there, 9. We see you. We like the momentum. Two-pin ends. 160. Going to finish 149, 212, 202. Even with the miscue on the single pin. Their first 3 games, 146, 1. The string stretch for Baker. They're going to finish with 193. Kansas to wrap up Baker set 4. So go at the Mid-States Championships. Conclusion. Rock Lanes. Just getting back to some comments in the bowl. So I'm not sure what's up after. Guessing a little boring with that. 9 in a row.
Bob Stone was trying to get.
Okay, I remember that.
That's okay. Nobody knows except us old.
More of an outdated reference.
Six-bagger here.
Okay, JT.
After this, Wichita State. In the 8th, still possible 240. Nick Summer in the second to last game. Nick Summer. Handers who can
Like next game.
Yeah.
ITC. He was getting
Trips the 6. Gives a little wry smile behind the mouth. Spencer game to bail out 187. Make difficult splits. Oh. Oh, okay.
4-7-10 again. Fortunate hit.
So we're going to see them in the lead on how long it takes to tabulate this. One more game left to men's channels. And back again. 2 on each channel to start. Definitely be involved. A hit there leading off. Justin Bone steps up. See 20. Nice. 10 back. Oh yeah. Yeah. Between I feel like inside what you're gonna enjoy watching. That was not nice. It was a blower 7 and the head pin.
Let's make a run at it here.
Oh. A run.
From I'm not sure where not Mitch Hoope sees I believe 48 lanes and he goes across the house and shoots it. And I feel he
Yeah. I don't impressive number. Moody Revs.
You're finishing up your score sheets.
And I don't think he ever lost. So spare, double, blow. Bit of the loft business.
is he in the sixth there? How about that?
High flush.
Higher and far. That's for sure. Ball
left in the fourth. So one more this session. St. Ambrose will be our number 1 seeds. Ooh, no, almost. Always impressed with Spencer Robar. And he can get the ball to skid in. You don't see him. Whereas Spencer's found a way. And that makes a conversation with. Or in fact, and it was. He can't get the ball. It loses a lot. It doesn't hit the pin as hard. It doesn't bounce. Actually able to do that. Impressive. Wichita State. Hastings been hanging on to that 8. Be able to do it for opponent for Wichita State in that opening. What he's done. Watch the ladies wrap up. I will leave you. We are going to one another so we can. Aaron.
Through JT, we will have commentary as far as the channel nav back and forth like we are. directly. We're just center, so essentially we're a full well in qualifying, and we figure out our top 8 over here.
Again, coaches. Lineup forms to Corey. Calculate scores. Please make sure we get the score at the completion of
University of Houston must be a little short. On our featured pair, Peacocks. Hens.
I can tell. Here, there is First game here from the Mid-States. Iowa Western on 20. Game 1 of 4 of Baker set.
For the morning session here at Mid-States. Your Baker lineup. Take a quick break for match. Our JV teams will be down on 35. Portion at the beginning of each round, it's 7.5.
Just a moment. We'll drop that. And it's
Now we're waiting on Great Plains USBC for their added 5. I want to thank the staff here. Corey here in North Rockland.
third, 83-71. Sam Houston heading
Donations
all
at
the way up
door.
to the top.
To the children's
26,
fair. Thank you folks
35
very
in
much.
Ottawa. 4 games left to go. 10 advantage over Culver. 71. Pretty close to being set on the women's side as well. The women's field. Great considering they are tournament host. teams. Really the only one preparing for farther back in the fifth place, Iowa Western in 20th. Schools overall are 31 varsity, and we're going to get down to the top 8. These schools there. Baker set. Varsity side. Here at the Mid-States. It will be single. So first to win to a game 6. To go. Two of the 4 matches in the final matches. .com.
I forgot it was a double.
Christian once again making it to the bracket. Finish strong. Is JT here on the women's side? There will kind of settle in. You'll have the start of chance to get. It's in game 2. Double up on the board. Will be that final. .157. 201 for Oklahoma Christian. They will switch lane 4. With West Texas 150. They make the switch. We're ready for game. A very quick break. Gets set up for of the event. So cameras off for a moment. On the men's pair teams to report. Our top 8 here for Sam Houston making the big run. Determine who's going to be the top seed overall. Definitely Western 174 to lead the way. And M127 game remaining. Oklahoma Christian did not like the switch to 25, so you see it on camera. Final. Again, they are coming. Take advantage of this. The right Oklahoma Christian. Bracket moments. Game here. Going to stay clean. Another mark on the books. For want to check out the for that is even though it's and the farthest match in the semifinals will also be to help call to see throughout the course of it. We will do our best to clearing out if you're For Iowa Western, West Texas A&M Central, the Tritons. Kick it up. Tournament team will verify scores. Way to one. Central making it to 189. Alley. This may be the only. I'm not hearing any other. Rock Lanes. The men's bracket is our to the competition from there at the moment. So we'll be able to find a chat on this page. Once again, our side will be up. Send our teams to bracket at the mid-states. We're going to make 19 through 22. Chat pop up in just 19. Both are ongoing and in just a moment. So to determine Tier 1 of the 21-22 season. And remember, very soon.